I did on days that mattered. Margot came. A mentor named Jerome and his wife came. Cassie drove down from Portland. We ate at Daniel's table. After dinner, Raymond asked if he could see the archive. I took him upstairs. I showed him the filing cabinets, the hard drives, the binders with Daniel's careful labels, the notebooks with the mentorship framework, the photographs. Raymond moved through the room slowly, touching things lightly, the way you touch things you understand are important and want to treat correctly. He stopped at a shelf where I had placed, among the documents, a framed photograph. It was from our wedding, not a posed one, but a candid, Daniel looking at me from across the room with that slow smile, unaware he was being photographed. Raymond looked at it for a long time. Then he said, very quietly, he was happy. Yes, I said. He was. Raymond nodded. He turned to leave the room. Then he stopped. I'm going to say something, he said, and I want to say it once, clearly, so that it's on record between us. I waited. I was wrong, he said. About the house. About coming here the way I came. About the years before that, when I didn't pay the attention I should have. I was wrong. You were right. He chose right. And I am going to spend the rest of the time I have trying to be worth the name that's on that park. I looked at him. Okay, I said. Okay, he said. Yes, I said. Okay. Let's have dessert. He almost smiled. We went back downstairs. We had dessert. And Cassie told a story about her first solo project that made Jerome laugh so hard he had to put down his fork. And the house was full. In the way that houses can be full even when the person who made them home is gone. Because what he built was still standing. Because what we made together was still here. Because some things, when built properly, do not come down. Not for folders. Not for fathers. Not for anything. I need to tell you what happened to the folder. Raymond's folder. The one he had brought to the house on the 4th day after the funeral. The typed letter with revert in it 4 times. The document that had started everything. I had kept it. Not out of bitterness. Not as evidence, exactly, though Ruth had kept a copy for her files. I had kept it because it felt important to have a record of where things had begun. To not sanitize the story into something tidier than it was. I had kept it in the archive. Filed under the year. Labeled in my own handwriting, not Daniel's, because it was my record to keep. On the night of that Christmas dinner, after everyone had gone home and the house was quiet, I went back upstairs to the archive. I took out the folder. I sat with it at Daniel's desk for a while. Then I did something I had been thinking about for a long time. I opened the folder. I took out the letter. On the back of the last page, blank, white, I wrote, in my own handwriting. This is where it started. This is not where it ended. I put the letter back in the folder. I filed it back in the cabinet. And then I did something I had not planned to do until that moment. I started a new document. A new section of the archive. Labeled, What We Built After. And I began to write. Not for Raymond. Not for anyone specific. For the record. Because Daniel had taught me, in the archive, in the notebooks, in everything he had quietly, carefully documented about a house and a history and a life, that the most important thing you can do with a story is keep it honestly. The full story. Not the version that makes you look unblemished. The version that is true. And the true version is this. A man tried to take what was mine. A woman I loved died and left me something I wasn't sure I could carry. I carried it anyway. I built from what was left. And what was left turned out to be enough. More than enough. Everything. The park is open every day from 6 in the morning until 10 at night. I go sometimes. Not every week, but often enough. I sit on the bench near the plaque. There is a bench near the plaque, which I requested and the city accommodated, and I read, or I think, or I simply look at what was built. People use the park. That is the simple, extraordinary fact of it. Families use it. Children run on the paths. People sit in the gathering space with coffee and phones and conversations. The plantings are establishing well. I check on them professionally, with the eye of someone who designed them, but I also check on them personally, with the eye of someone who needed them to grow. The plaque is small. It is not the kind of memorial that demands attention. Most people walk past it without stopping. But some people stop. And occasionally, not often, but occasionally, someone will stop and read it and I will watch them from the bench and I will see the moment they take in the date. 1981 to 2023. 41 years old. And sometimes they will look up from the plaque with the small, reflexive gravity that the dates of lives cut short produce in strangers. And sometimes, from the bench, I will nod. Not to communicate anything specific. Just to acknowledge it. To say, yes. That was real. He was here. What he built is still here. Cassie is designing her first independent structure this spring. A pedestrian bridge in Eastern Oregon. Small, elegant, technically ambitious. She sent me the preliminary drawings. I sent them to Priya, who sent a note back that said, Daniel would have loved this. Raymond calls on the first Sunday of every month. We talk about the program, mostly. Occasionally about the park. Once, briefly, about Daniel, about a specific memory Raymond had surfaced and wanted to share, tentatively, as if he was not sure he was still allowed to. I told him he was always allowed to talk about Daniel. He went quiet for a moment and then talked for 20 minutes without stopping, and I listened to all of it. This is not a story about revenge. I know that might seem strange to say, given how it began. Given the folder. Given Revert. Given the suit he wore to Daniel's kitchen table 4 days after the funeral. But what I found, over the 2 years of this story, is that the truest and most durable form of resistance is not retaliation. It is continuation. It is building so well and so honestly that the thing that tried to stop you becomes, in the end, just one more event in an archive that is much larger than it. Daniel built things to last. I am building things to last. And the people we have touched are building things to last. And Raymond, who came to take something, is now part of what is being built. That is not the ending I would have written. But it is the one that is true. And true endings, I have found, are always stranger and more complete than anything you could have planned. The house is still standing. The park is open. The archive grows. That was story 2. Before we transition into story 3, let me know your views on these questions if what I did was right. I invited Raymond to the mentorship gathering and eventually let him join the fund. A lot of people would never have done that. Do you think I was right to give him access to Daniel's legacy, or should I have kept that boundary permanently? Again. The park plaque reads, "Who built things to last?" I added that line myself. If you had to put one line on a plaque for someone you loved and lost, what would it say? You don't have to share, but if you want to, the chat is open. That one always gets me, the blue folder. Now story 3 is heavier. Your own parents. Your own wedding. The people who were supposed to celebrate you. And the man they dismissed? They had absolutely no idea who he was. Story 2 starts now. My parents had a vision for my wedding before I had a fiancé. I know this because they told me. Repeatedly. From the time I was roughly 14 years old, my mother kept a folder, an actual physical folder, pale blue, with a plastic sleeve on the front, that she called the plan. It contained magazine clippings, printed emails from caterers, a hand-drawn seating chart template, and a laminated list of what she referred to as non-negotiables. The venue was non-negotiable. The guest count, no fewer than 250, was non-negotiable. The dress code, the flowers, the photographer, the band versus DJ question, which she had resolved firmly in favor of a 12-piece band, all non-negotiable. I was not consulted on any of this. I was informed. My name is Elise Hartley. I am 34 years old, and I have spent most of those years being the quiet, sensible, slightly disappointing second daughter of Gerald and Patricia Hartley of Scottsdale, Arizona. My older sister, Vanessa, was the one who understood the plan instinctively, who had absorbed our parents' social ambitions like sunlight and converted them effortlessly into performance. She had been head of the student council, had dated the right kind of boys, had attended the right kind of university, and had eventually married the right kind of man, a corporate attorney named Bradford, in a wedding that was, by all accounts, exactly what the plan had always envisioned. I had watched that wedding from the third bridesmaid position on the left and felt, the entire time, like an anthropologist at a ritual I had been assigned to study but would never be asked to lead. My own life had gone in a different direction. Not dramatically, I had not run away to join a commune or changed my name or renounced anything. I had simply, quietly, built something different. I had moved to Portland at 25. I had started a small ceramics business that had grown, over 8 years, into something genuinely successful, a studio, an online shop, a wholesale line carried in 67 stores across the country. I had built a life that felt like mine. And then I had met Owen. Owen Calloway. Who was a high school history teacher. Who drove a 12-year-old truck and cooked elaborate Sunday dinners and read history books for pleasure and had never once, in the 3 years I had known him, tried to be anything other than exactly what he was. I loved him completely. My parents, when they met him, were politely horrified. The first dinner was in November, 2 years before the wedding. We flew down to Scottsdale for Thanksgiving, which I understood in retrospect was perhaps not the ideal setting for a first introduction. The stakes were high, the audience was large, and my mother had spent 3 days preparing food she would inevitably describe as simple. Owen brought wine and a handmade card. He helped clear the table without being asked. He asked my father genuine questions about his work. My father had spent 30 years in commercial real estate, and listened to the answers with what I knew, from the inside, was authentic interest. He was warm with my grandmother. He made my teenage nephew laugh twice before dinner was even served. None of this mattered. What mattered, I understood by the end of the evening, was what Owen was not. He was not a lawyer or a doctor or an executive. He was not from a family my parents had heard of. He did not have a graduate degree from a school that ended conversations. He drove a 12-year-old truck and he taught high school, and he was, by my parents' specific and carefully maintained metric, not the right kind. My mother pulled me aside while Owen and my father were doing dishes. "He's very sweet," she said. The word sweet landed the way it always lands when it's used as a verdict. "He's wonderful," I said. "Of course." A pause. "Is this serious?" "Yes." She looked at me in that particular way she had, not unkind, exactly, but measuring. "Your sister married well," she said. "It opens doors. You understand that." "I understand that you believe that," I said. She straightened a dish towel that didn't need straightening and went back to the kitchen. Owen, when we got back to our hotel that night, asked how I thought it went. Fine, I said. He looked at me. They didn't love you, I said. They were polite. But they didn't love you. He nodded slowly. That's okay, he said. I didn't need them to love me tonight. When do you need them to love you? I asked. He thought about it. Never, actually, he said. I just need you to. I married him 2 years later. And my parents came to the wedding. They just didn't come quietly. Owen and I got engaged on a Tuesday in February. We were at home. In our kitchen. He had made pasta, his grandmother's recipe, which required an embarrassing quantity of butter and took 2 hours and was worth every minute. We were at the table, which still had flour on it from the pasta making, and there were dishes in the sink and the dog was asleep on the couch in the other room. It was not romantic in any staged sense. It was romantic in the specific sense that it was entirely, completely us. He said, I want to do this forever. Do you want to do this forever? I said yes before the sentence was finished. The ring was a thin gold band with a small oval stone, not a diamond, a Montana sapphire, blue-green and slightly imperfect, which we had found together at an antique market the previous summer and which I had quietly pointed at and then immediately walked away from because I hadn't wanted him to feel obligated. He had gone back alone and bought it and kept it for 7 months. I called my mother that evening. She cried. Which I took, for about 45 seconds, as a good sign. Then she started talking. The venue. The date. The guest list. The plan, which had apparently been updated in my absence and now included a specific catering company and a florist she had already consulted with twice just to keep the relationship warm. She talked for 22 minutes. She mentioned Owen by name once, in the context of whether he had any family connections on his side that we should factor in. I told her we were planning something smaller than the plan. Something more personal. She said, how small? 60 people, I said. Maybe 70. Silence. 60, she repeated. We want it to feel intimate, I said. We want it to actually be about us. More silence. Then, I'll talk to your father. That conversation, I knew, was the sound of the first stone being dropped into still water. The ripples were already spreading. The campaign began gradually, then all at once. My mother's first approach was informational. She sent me articles, forwarded emails, really, from wedding planning websites, about the hidden costs of small weddings and the social importance of inclusive celebrations. She mentioned, in passing phone calls, that she had spoken to Aunt Rosemary about the date and that Aunt Rosemary had already cleared her schedule. She told me that Bradford's family, my sister's in-laws, would be hurt not to be included, implying that my wedding was somehow a diplomatic event that required managing international relations I had not known I was responsible for. My father was quieter but more pointed. He called once, specifically, to tell me that weddings were an investment in your social infrastructure and that 60 people was a missed opportunity. He used the phrase missed opportunity 3 times in that conversation. He was a real estate man to the core. My sister Vanessa texted me a photograph of her own wedding and the caption, just saying. I did not respond to the photograph. Then came the escalation. My mother called on a Sunday and said, with the careful precision of someone who has been rehearsing, your father and I have been talking. We want to contribute to the wedding. We'd like to cover the venue, and in exchange. There's an in exchange, I said. We'd like the opportunity to include our list. How many people are on your list? A pause. 170. I said nothing for a moment. Mom, I said finally. We are having 60 people. Maybe 70. That is not a negotiation. That is our decision. But if we're contributing, then contribute without conditions, I said. Or don't contribute. But the guest count is not changing. The phone call ended shortly after that. 3 days later, my mother sent me a card in the mail. A card. With a stamp. Which is how I knew things were serious. The card said, in her careful handwriting, "We love you and we want this to be everything you deserve. But we are worried this will be a disappointment. We hope you'll reconsider." I put the card on my studio workbench and looked at it while I worked for a week. Then I made my decision. Owen and I chose a farm. Not a venue that described itself as a farm. An actual working farm, 200 acres of lavender fields and old-growth oak outside Dundee, Oregon, owned by a woman named Harriet who had been growing flowers commercially for 30 years and rented out her property for events she'd personally approved of. She interviewed us before she agreed to host us. She served us tea. She asked Owen what he taught and then talked to him for 40 minutes about a particular Civil War battle she had always found misrepresented in popular history. I sat there watching him light up and knew we had found the right place. The ceremony would be outdoors, in the lavender. The reception would be in Harriet's converted barn, which smelled of old wood and dried flowers and had string lights that she had hung herself over 20 years and never taken down. There was no catering company. There was a local restaurant, family-owned, farm-to-table, run by two brothers who had grown up 2 miles from Harriet's property, who agreed to provide a family-style dinner served on mismatched vintage plates. There was no band. There was a playlist Owen spent 3 months building, which he treated with the same scholarly seriousness he applied to his lesson plans. The flowers came from Harriet's fields. We cut them ourselves, the morning of the wedding, in the pale early light, with our closest friends helping and someone's speaker playing something quiet and good. I wore a dress I had found at a consignment shop in Portland, ivory silk, simple, which a seamstress friend had altered perfectly for $200. It was, objectively, the most beautiful thing I had ever been part of. My mother arrived the day before and walked through the barn once and said, "It's charming." Charming. In the tone that means small. I smiled at her and went back to arranging flowers. Owen found me an hour later, still arranging flowers, and said, "Your mom okay?" "She's charming," I said. He understood immediately. He handed me another stem and we worked in silence for a while, and it was fine. It was all fine. Until the morning of the wedding, when everything went sideways in a way I had not anticipated, and which changed what the day became in ways I still think about. My mother found me at 7 in the morning. I was in Harriet's kitchen, in a robe, eating toast and trying to be calm. My best friend Ren was with me, doing a very good job of making the morning feel manageable. My mother came through the back door in her travel robe, holding her phone, and I could tell from the particular set of her expression that something had happened, not a practical emergency, but the kind of emotional emergency that comes from a decision that has been building for weeks and has finally crystallized. She sat down across from me. "Your Aunt Rosemary is not coming," she said. I looked at her. Okay. She was insulted by the guest count, my mother said. She said she heard from other people in the family that we were keeping it small and she felt it was a deliberate slight. "Aunt Rosemary was never on our list," I said carefully. "We told you that in March. She expected to be invited." "I understand that. I'm sorry she's hurt. But she wasn't on our list." My mother looked down at her phone. Then back at me. "Your father said something last night," she said, "that I have been trying not to repeat. But I think you should know." I waited. "He said," she stopped. Started again. "He said he was embarrassed to tell people the details. About the farm and the small list and the... She gestured vaguely. He said it didn't reflect well. The kitchen was very quiet. Ren, next to me, had gone very still. I looked at my mother. Dad said he was embarrassed by my wedding. She didn't answer, which was its own answer. I took a slow breath. Okay, I said. I stood up, took my toast, and walked back to the room where my dress was hanging. Ren followed me. She closed the door. She looked at me. Are you okay? She said. I'm getting married today, I said. That's what I'm doing today. She hugged me. I let her. And then I put on my dress, and I walked into the lavender field, and I married Owen Calloway. And the day was extraordinary. But what my father didn't know, what neither of them knew, was what was about to happen at the reception. The ceremony was 23 minutes long. I know the exact time because Owen had specifically requested that it be under half an hour. I want people to feel joy, not endurance, he had said to our officiant, a friend named Marcus who had been ordained online specifically for this occasion and had taken the responsibility with touching seriousness. We said our own vows. Owen's made me laugh in the first 30 seconds and cry in the last 30. Mine were, by my own assessment, too long, but no one seemed to mind. Harriet, who was sitting in the third row, cried openly and made no attempt to conceal it, which I found enormously comforting. My parents sat in the front row. My father's face was controlled, the particular careful blankness of a man managing his reaction. My mother's was softer. By the end, she was crying. Not the resistant kind of crying. The actual kind. The reception began in the barn at noon. The long tables were set with wildflowers and candles and those mismatched vintage plates. The brothers from the restaurant had arrived at dawn and the barn smelled of something slow-roasted and extraordinary. Ren had made the cake herself, 3 tiers, lemon and elderflower, decorated simply with sprigs from Harriet's garden, and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever eaten. Owen gave a toast that lasted 4 minutes and made everyone at the table either laugh or cry or both. Marcus gave a toast that lasted 11 minutes and veered briefly into Civil War history, which no one minded because he had clearly meant well. And then my father stood up. He had not told me he was going to speak. There was no program. He simply stood, picked up his glass, and the table went quiet in the way that rooms go quiet when a person of a certain authority stands and holds a glass. I looked at Owen. Owen looked at me. We held hands under the table. My father cleared his throat. And then he said something none of us expected. I owe my daughter an apology, my father said. The table went very quiet. He is not a man given to apologies. Gerald Hartley spent 30 years in commercial real estate making decisions and standing behind them, and the architecture of his personality was not built for revision. I had heard him apologize perhaps 4 times in my life, and 3 of those had been to business contacts. He looked at me from the end of the table. I said something last night, he said, that I should not have said. I said I was embarrassed. He paused. I was wrong. And I knew I was wrong when I said it, which makes it worse. He looked at the barn. At the flowers. At the mismatched plates. At Harriet, who was beaming at him from the corner with the particular warmth of a woman who has hosted enough weddings to know when something real is happening. This is not the wedding I imagined for you, he said. But I have been sitting here for 2 hours watching my daughter be completely, entirely herself, and I have been watching the man she married treat her like she is the most important thing in any room he is ever in. He looked at Owen. And I realized that I have been measuring the wrong things for a very long time. Owen, next to me, was very still. The farm is beautiful, my father said. The food is the best I've eaten at any event in 30 years. And my daughter, his voice shifted slightly, the controlled blankness finally releasing into something underneath it. My daughter looks happy. The way I always wanted her to look. I just didn't know this was what it looked like. He raised his glass. To Elise and Owen, he said. Who did it right? 63 people raised their glasses. I was crying before he sat down. Owen squeezed my hand under the table so hard I felt it in my shoulder. And I thought, sitting in that barn, in my consignment shop dress, surrounded by 63 people who actually knew us, that this was the moment I had waited my entire life for. Not the apology. Not the acknowledgement. The feeling of being seen clearly, by someone who had been looking away, finally choosing to turn and look. But the story wasn't over. Because what happened next, what my parents were about to discover about who Owen and I actually were, that changed everything in a way no one at that table was prepared for. I need to tell you something I had not told my parents. Owen and I had, for 3 years, been quietly building something. It had started as his idea, initially. Owen had grown up poor, genuinely, structurally poor, in a way that had shaped him in ways he talked about openly and without either shame or performance. His mother had worked 2 jobs. His father had been absent. He had gotten through college on a combination of grants, loans, and stubbornness, and he had become a teacher specifically because he had had one teacher, in 10th grade, who had stayed late twice a week to run a study group that Owen credited, without exaggeration, with changing the direction of his life. He had started a small scholarship fund the year before we got together. Just himself, initially, transferring a portion of his salary every month into an account, building slowly. It was for first-generation college students in the district where he taught. No formal organization. No board. Just Owen, and a spreadsheet, and a conviction. When I came into his life, I came with my ceramics business, which by then had grown to the point where I was profitable in ways I had not quite planned for. I had been reinvesting and saving carefully, the way you do when you grow up watching your parents make spending feel like a performance and you decide early that you want nothing to do with that. I had money. More money than my parents knew about, because I had never told them. Not deceptively, I had simply never found the moment when it seemed relevant, and their assumption that my ceramics hobby was charming and probably barely sustainable had never been strongly challenged. Owen and I had merged our fund 2 years before the wedding. What had started as Owen's modest monthly transfers had grown, with my contribution, into something more structured. We had formalized it. Registered as a non-profit. Hired, part-time, an administrator named Cora who had done this kind of work before and knew how to make things run correctly. By the day of our wedding, the fund had awarded grants to 31 students. My parents knew none of this. They were about to find out. Not because I had planned a reveal. Not because I had engineered a moment. But because of a card. Harriet had placed a small wooden box on the table near the cake. It was for cards, the physical cards that people still bring to weddings despite the digital age, the ones stuffed with handwritten notes and checks and occasionally small drawings from children attending under duress. At some point in the early afternoon, one of Owen's students found us. His name was Darius. He was 18, graduating that spring, the first in his family to be accepted to a 4-year university. He had driven 2 hours to be there with his mother, a quiet woman named Lorraine, whom Owen had called twice since the acceptance letter came, just to make sure they had everything they needed for the enrollment process. Darius was not on our official guest list, technically. Owen had added him 3 weeks before, quietly, because Darius had asked if he could come and Owen had said yes without mentioning it to me. I found out only when I saw Darius arrive and Owen's entire face changed. Darius waited until after the toasts. Then he came and stood beside our chairs with the particular careful formality of a young man who has been taught to be respectful in situations he finds significant. He handed us an envelope. Inside was a card. The cover was a photograph he had taken himself, his university acceptance letter, spread out on a kitchen table, with his mother's hand resting beside it. Inside he had written, in handwriting that was trying very hard to be neat, "Mr. Calloway, you changed what I thought was possible for me. I don't have a way to say that bigger. Congratulations to you and Ms. Hartley. You are both good people." Owen hugged him for a long time. His mother, Lorraine, was standing a few feet back. She looked at me. "He talks about your husband every day," she said quietly. I nodded. I could not speak for a moment. My mother was watching from across the table. I saw the moment her expression changed. She had questions. And when she asked them, the answers were going to dismantle everything she thought she understood about who her daughter had married. My mother came to find me as the afternoon began to soften into early evening. The reception was winding down in the gentle way that good receptions wind down, people moving from tables to open spaces, the music shifting to something quieter, Harriet bringing out a second round of desserts that no one had asked for and everyone was grateful for. My mother found me near the barn doors, looking out at the lavender fields and the last of the light. She stood beside me. We were quiet for a moment. "Who was the young man?" she asked. "With the card." "One of Owen's students," I said. "He got into university this spring. First in his family." "Owen helped him?" "Owen has been helping students like him for years," I said. "He started a fund. Before we even met." She was quiet. "We formalized it 2 years ago," I said. "Together. It's a non-profit now. We've given grants to 31 students." She turned to look at me. "You never told us," she said. "You never asked about Owen's work," I said. Not accusingly. Just factually. "You knew he was a teacher. You knew that, to you, meant a certain thing. I didn't think the scholarship fund would change the category he was in for you." She was very still. "Would it have?" I asked. She didn't answer immediately. Which was, I thought, honest of her. "I don't know," she said finally. "Maybe. I don't know if that says something good about me or something terrible." "It probably says something human," I said. We watched the light change over the lavender. "He's a good man," she said. Not with surprise, exactly. With a different quality, recognition, maybe. The sound of a belief being formed rather than inherited. "I know," I said. "I've known for 3 years." She reached over and took my hand. Not in the formal, public way she usually touched me, but just held it. The way you hold someone's hand when you are not trying to communicate something specific but simply want to not be separate from them. We stood there for a while. Then she said, "Tell me more about the students." And I did. What happened after the wedding happened slowly, which is the way most important things happen. My father flew home the next morning. He shook Owen's hand for a long time at the airport, longer than the handshakes he had given at Thanksgiving, the year before, and the visit after that. He said, to Owen specifically, "I owe you more than a handshake." Owen said, "This is plenty." My father looked at him for a moment and then nodded, and that was that. My mother stayed an extra day. She helped us return Harriet's dishes. She talked to Harriet for 2 hours about lavender cultivation, which I found both unexpected and entirely characteristic. My mother is a woman who, when she turns her attention towards something, turns it completely. She exchanged numbers with Harriet. I do not know if they have spoken since. I believe they probably have. On the drive to the airport, my mother asked me about the nonprofit. The structure, the criteria, how we selected students, how the finances worked. She asked careful, specific questions, the way she asked about anything she decided to take seriously. I answered everything. At the departure drop-off, she hugged me. "I'm sorry about the card," she said. I knew she meant the card she had sent before the wedding. The one about disappointment. The one I had kept on my studio workbench for a week and looked at while I worked. "It's okay," I said. "It isn't," she said. "But thank you." She got out of the car. I drove back to Harriet's farm to help with the remaining cleanup, and on the way I called Owen, who was already back in Portland with the dog, and I told him everything. He listened without interrupting, the way he always listened. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "How do you feel?" I thought about it. "Like something got fixed that I didn't know how to fix myself," I said. "Like someone else picked up the piece I'd been holding and put it in the right place." "Good," he said. "Yeah," I said. "Good. But I still haven't told you the part that changed everything. The real twist. The thing that happened 8 months later. The thing that none of us saw coming." In February, 6 months after the wedding, my father called me. Not to talk about the wedding. Not to revisit anything. He called me on a Tuesday afternoon, which was unusual because he typically called on Sundays, and he said, "I've been doing some thinking." My father doing some thinking is not a casual statement. He is a deliberate man. When he says he has been thinking, he means he has been thinking about something specific, for a specific amount of time, toward a specific conclusion. About? I said. The fund, he said. I waited. Your mother told me the details, he said. After the wedding. I've been looking at the structure, the criteria, the gap between what you've been able to fund and the demand you're seeing. He paused. I've been in commercial real estate for 30 years. I know how to build things that scale. And I know how to raise capital. I was very still. I'd like to help, he said. If you'd have me. There are moments that reframe everything before them. Not by erasing what happened, but by placing it in a context that changes what it meant. I had spent 20 years being the daughter who hadn't lived up to the plan. I had spent 3 years being the woman whose partner wasn't the right kind. I had spent the morning of my wedding absorbing the word embarrassment from a distance. And now my father was on the phone asking to help us build something. I said, I'll talk to Owen. Owen, when I told him, went quiet in his thinking way. Then he said, real estate guys know how to read a room. Sometimes literally. And we do need space. We had a meeting 2 weeks later. All 3 of us, me, Owen, my father, at a coffee shop in Portland. My father came with a yellow legal pad and 2 pages of notes. He asked Owen questions for 90 minutes. Owen answered everything with the same directness he brought to his classroom. At the end, my father said, "This is good work. I want to be part of it." Owen said, "Then you're part of it." They shook hands. I watched my father and my husband shake hands over a coffee shop table on a rainy Tuesday in February, and I thought about the lavender farm, and Darius's card, and Lorraine's quiet words, and my mother holding my hand at dusk. I thought, this is what it looks like when things repair themselves. But I still have not told you the twist. The twist came from Vanessa. My sister. The one who had always understood the plan. The one with the 270-person wedding and Bradford the corporate attorney and the house in the right neighborhood and the life that looked, from every external angle, exactly right. She called me in March. 9 months after the wedding. On a Sunday, which meant she had been building toward it for a while. I need to talk to you about something, she said. Okay, I said. Bradford and I are separating. I was quiet. He's been having an affair, she said. Not with dramatic emphasis. With the tired, flat delivery of someone who has known something for long enough that the shock has converted entirely to exhaustion. For about 2 years. I found out in December. Vanessa, I said. I'm fine, she said, in the tone that means I am not fine, but I have decided to leave with this because it is more manageable. I'm handling it. I have a lawyer. What do you need? A pause. I don't know yet, she said. I think I just needed to tell someone who I knew would be honest with me. I'll always be honest with you. I know. Another pause. Can I come visit? Yes. Whenever. She came 2 weeks later. She stayed for 5 days. She slept in our guest room and ate Owen's Sunday dinners and sat with me in the studio while I worked, not talking much, just being in the same space. One afternoon she helped me throw clay for 2 hours, which she had never done before, and she was terrible at it in a way that made her laugh for the first time since she arrived. On her last evening, she said, "Your life looks nothing like what I thought I wanted. And it's the most real thing I've ever been inside." I looked at her. I wasted so much time on the plan, she said. You didn't waste it, I said. You lived it. That's different. She thought about that. I want something different, she said. I don't know what yet. That's okay, I said. You don't have to know yet. Owen came in from the kitchen and set down 2 mugs of tea without saying anything, the way he always knew when to appear and what to bring. Vanessa watched him leave the room. He's good, she said quietly. I know, I said. Mom and Dad know it too, she said. They just needed to see it from the right angle. She flew home the next morning. And what happened in the months after that, what Vanessa did with her life, and how it crossed back into ours, and what my parents finally understood, that is the real end of this story. Vanessa's divorce took 11 months and was, by all accounts from the people close to it, handled with extraordinary grace on her part and considerably less grace on Bradford's. I am not going to detail the specifics because they are hers, not mine, and she has made her own peace with them in her own time. What I will tell you is that by the time it was finalized, she had made several decisions that surprised everyone who thought they knew her. She did not stay in Scottsdale. She moved to Portland. She did not find another corporate attorney or a financial executive or anyone from the category of person the plan had always implied was correct. She found, instead, a stillness in herself that I had not seen before, a quality of knowing what she actually wanted that seemed to have been buried under years of very precise performance and was now, with that performance dismantled, visible. She got a job at a non-profit. Not ours, a different one, focused on affordable housing. She started from a position considerably below what her resume might have suggested, because she wanted to learn rather than lead, and she threw herself into it with the same intensity she had once applied to executing the plan, except that now the plan was hers. She lived 10 minutes from us. We had dinner together on Sundays. Owen cooked. Vanessa and I washed up. We talked about everything, her work, our fund, my studio, what my parents were doing, what we thought about, what we were afraid of, what we wanted the next 10 years to look like. We became, for the first time in our adult lives, actually close. My mother came to visit twice that year. She sat at our table both times, watching Vanessa and me together, and I could see her recalculating, not painfully, but genuinely, the way intelligent people recalculate when the data changes and they are honest enough to let it. My father joined the advisory board of our fund. He raised $60,000 in the first 6 months through his professional network. He came to every board meeting via video call from Scottsdale, on time, with his legal pad. And one evening, during one of those Sunday dinners, he said, addressing the table rather than anyone specifically, I was wrong about what mattered. I want to be on record about that. Owen said, noted. On the record. My father laughed. I do not know if I had ever heard my father laugh at a table like that before, genuinely, warmly, without performing it. It was a good sound. But I still owe you the final twist. The one that makes everything fold back on itself in a way I could not have scripted. Darius graduated in May. I flew to his university for the ceremony, a small school in eastern Oregon, beautiful in the pale spring light, full of families who had driven long distances to watch their children cross a stage. Owen could not come, there had been a scheduling conflict with a school event he could not miss, but I went alone, which felt right. I sat in the bleachers with Lorraine and her sister and cheered in a way that surprised me with its intensity. After the ceremony, Darius found us in the crowd. He was wearing his gown and holding his diploma in both hands with a care that made it look like the most significant object he had ever held, which I suppose it was. He hugged his mother for a long time. Then he looked at me. I wrote to Mr. Calloway, he said. But I wanted to tell you in person. Tell me what? I said. I'm going to be a teacher, he said. Secondary education. History. I stared at him. He smiled. Because of him, he said simply. Because of what he did. Because someone did it for me and I understand now what that means and I want to do it for someone else. I hugged him. Possibly for too long. He didn't seem to mind. I called Owen on the drive back to the airport. I told him what Darius had said. Owen was quiet for a moment, the particular silence of a person receiving something they have wanted without fully letting themselves want it. History teacher, he said finally. History teacher, I confirmed. He didn't say anything for a while. Then, tell me more. And I did. And somewhere on that drive, on that ordinary Tuesday in May, with the Oregon hills on either side of the road and Owen's voice in my ear and the sun coming through the windshield, I thought about my parents' vision for my wedding. The plan. The 250 guests and the 12-piece band and the venue that opened doors. I thought about 63 people in a lavender barn, and a card with an acceptance letter on the front, and my father standing with a glass saying I was wrong. And I thought, this is what the plan was always supposed to produce. Not a wedding. A life. A real one. Built on real things. That reaches into other real lives and changes them in small, permanent ways that compound forward in directions you will never fully trace. I got married in economy, you might say. And it turned out that was exactly first class. There is a coda to this story that I want to share because it is small and true and it is mine. Last autumn, 2 years after the wedding, Owen and I went back to Harriet's farm. Not for an event. Just to visit. Harriet had extended an open invitation, in the offhand way she extended most things, and we had finally taken her up on it on a long weekend in October when the lavender was gone but the fields were still beautiful in their harvested quiet. We walked the property in the afternoon. The barn still had its string lights. The old wood still smelled the same. Harriet made tea and we sat at her kitchen table while she told us about the season and the new flower varieties she was trialing in a wedding she had hosted in August that she described as too many people, too little meaning. She said this with the authority of someone who had seen enough weddings to have strong opinions. Yours was one of the good ones, she said. Not to compliment us. Just as information. Thank you for having us, Owen said. She waved her hand. You were easy. I always know within the first hour whether a couple is going to make the place better or just use it. She poured more tea. You made it better. We walked home through the fields as the light went low in orange. Owen took my hand. We did not talk much. We didn't need to. I thought about Vanessa, who had found her own version of a life that felt like hers. I thought about Darius, who was applying for teaching certification and would be in a classroom in 2 years. I thought about my father on his video calls with his legal pad, calling in from Scottsdale. I thought about my mother and Harriet exchanging numbers in a barn. I thought about the blue folder. The plan. The non-negotiables. And I thought, it was never about what the wedding looked like. It was always about what came after. What came after was this. All of this. And I would not trade a single mismatched plate. The twist, the final one, the one I promised, happened at Christmas. My parents came to Portland. Both of them. They stayed in a hotel nearby, which was their choice, but they spent every day with us, at the studio, at our apartment, at Vanessa's new place, at Sunday dinner, where Owen cooked a roast that took 6 hours and my father watched the process with the concentrated interest of a man encountering a skill set he had previously not bothered to notice. On Christmas Eve, my mother gave me a gift. It was the folder. The pale blue folder. The plan. I opened it slowly, not sure what I was meant to feel. Inside, the magazine clippings were still there. The printed emails from caterers. The hand-drawn seating chart template. The laminated list of non-negotiables. But my mother had gone through it. She had handwritten notes in the margins, small notations, some crossed out, some circled, as if she had been conducting a private audit. And on the front page, where she had once written the plan in careful capital letters, she had written something else beneath it, in the same careful hand. What I actually wanted for her, happiness. Chosen freely. With someone who sees her. I looked up at her. She was watching me with the contained expression she wore when she was being careful with something. I've had that folder for 20 years, she said. I think you should have it now. I held it for a moment. Then I looked at Owen, who was in the kitchen with my father, the two of them arguing mildly about whether a roast needed more time, my father gesturing with the meat thermometer and Owen shaking his head patiently. I looked at Vanessa, who was on the couch with a glass of wine and her feet tucked under her, laughing at something on her phone. I looked at the folder. Thank you, I said to my mother. She nodded. Merry Christmas, she said. Merry Christmas, I said. And that was the end. The real end. The end that looked like a beginning. I need to tell you what I did with the folder. I kept it for 3 months. It sat on my studio workbench, the same workbench where I had once kept the card my mother sent about disappointment. I looked at it while I worked, the way I had looked at that card. Trying to understand what it meant to me. What I wanted it to mean. In March, I brought it to a board meeting. Our fund, Owen's and mine, and now my father's in a supporting role, had grown. 31 students had become 47. We were in the process of expanding into 2 neighboring school districts. We had begun to receive small donations from former recipients who were now employed and wanted to give back. We had been written up in a Portland nonprofit journal. My father had framed the article. At the board meeting, I put the folder on the table. I told the story. The full version. The plan. The non-negotiables. The way I had grown up understanding that worth was something assigned by external markers. The way that belief had been slowly, imperfectly, humanly dismantled over the past 3 years. And then I read what my mother had written on the front page. What I actually wanted for her, happiness. Chosen freely. With someone who sees her. I looked around the table. Cora, our administrator, 2 educators from the district, a community foundation representative, my father, on video call. This is why we do what we do, I said. Not because we're trying to produce outcomes. Not because we're building resumes or opening doors. But because we're trying to give people the conditions to choose freely. To build something that is genuinely theirs. To be seen clearly by someone. I paused. That's what Darius said to us. That's what 31 students have said in different ways. That someone saw them. And kept seeing them. My father, on the screen, had his legal pad in front of him. He was not writing. He was just listening. That, I think, was the moment the folder became something other than a document. It became a reason. The reason we built it. The reason we kept going. The reason it mattered. And somewhere, in that small, improbable loop of a story that began with a folder of magazine clippings and ended with a scholarship fund and a family learning, slowly, painfully, and then finally, how to see each other clearly, I found the only plan that had ever actually been worth following. We are planning our 5th anniversary trip. Owen wants to go somewhere with significant Civil War history because of course he does. I want to go somewhere with good ceramic markets because of course I do. We will probably compromise on something that has both, which will mean we have both argued our way into exactly where we were always going to end up. Darius starts his teaching certification program in the fall. He sent us a photograph of his acceptance letter, the second one, which arrived in an envelope addressed to Mr. Calloway, care of our home address. He wrote on the back, "Full circle." Vanessa was promoted at her nonprofit last month. She called me from a parking lot to tell me, crying in the good way, the surprised way, the way you cry when something happens that you wanted so much you had stopped letting yourself want it. My father calls every Sunday now. Not just me, he calls Owen too, separately, about fund business, and then they somehow end up talking about history for 45 minutes, and I find this so improbable and so perfect that I have stopped questioning it. My mother sent me a photograph last week. It was of the lavender field at Harriet's farm. She had, in fact, stayed in touch with Harriet, and Harriet had sent it. October light. Empty field. The barn in the background, lights not on, door open. She sent it with no message. She didn't need to. I know what she meant. She meant, this is still beautiful. Even without the flowers. Even in the off-season. Even in the quiet version, the one no one photographs for magazines. The plan, the real plan, the one that was always underneath the blue folder, was never about the wedding. It was about this. The ordinary Tuesday dinners. The arguments about roast timing. The video calls with legal pads. The parking lot cries. The full circle letters. The life. The whole, real, ongoing, imperfect, irreplaceable life. I got married in a lavender barn with 63 people and mismatched plates and a dress that cost $200. My parents called it charming. I call it everything. That ends story 3. Before we transition into story 4, let me know your views on these questions if what I did was right. My father said he was embarrassed by my wedding before it even happened, and then stood up mid-reception and apologized publicly. Do you think his apology was genuine, or was it just the emotion of the moment? Again. My sister Vanessa had the perfect wedding, the right husband, the approved life, and it all collapsed. Does society put too much pressure on women to choose the right kind of partner over the right partner? Let that one sit with you. Last story of the night, and this one is personal in a different way. A text sent to the wrong number. In a funeral home parking lot. The person who received it had to walk inside 30 seconds later and greet 200 people with a smile. 11 days of silence. Then she started building. Story 4. The last one. Stay with me. There is a particular kind of grief that arrives in layers. The first layer is the obvious one, the loss itself, the person who is gone, the specific weight of absence where presence used to be. That layer lands on you immediately, before you have had time to prepare, before you have found the vocabulary for it. The second layer arrives later. Sometimes days later, sometimes years. It is the grief for what you thought was true that wasn't. For the structure you believed was solid that was, in fact, hollow in places you had never been shown. My father died in June. He was 68. A cardiac event, swift, without warning, the kind that the doctors describe as quick and the family describes as brutal. He had been healthy, or appeared to be. He had plans. He had a trip booked to Portugal with my mother for September. He had been meaning to call me. He had been meaning to call me. I keep that sentence because it feels important to keep it. Not as an accusation. Just as a fact about how lives end, mid-sentence, mid-intention, mid the thing you were about to do. My name is Nora Callahan. I am 36 years old. I grew up in a gray stone house in upstate New York with my parents and my older sister, Bridget, who was 4 years ahead of me in everything: school, friends, social fluency, the particular ease of someone who has always understood instinctively what a room expects of her and has always been willing to provide it. I was not like Bridget. I was quieter, more interior, more interested in the work than the performance of the work. I had spent the previous 7 years building a small consulting practice in environmental science, water systems, land use, remediation projects that had grown to the point where I worked with municipal governments and regional authorities across 4 states. I was, by any reasonable measure, doing well. I was also, until 6 months before my father died, engaged. His name was Marcus Cole. And my sister had been sleeping with him for 8 months before I found out. I found out at my father's funeral. I want to tell you how I found out, because the how matters to the story. It was not a confrontation. It was not a dramatic revelation. It was a text message, sent to the wrong person, which is perhaps the most contemporary possible form of betrayal, the slip of a thumb that unravels everything. Marcus had meant to text Bridget. He texted me. The message said, "I can't do this much longer. Tell me we're doing the right thing." I read it 3 times. I was standing in the parking lot of the funeral home, 30 minutes before my father's visitation was scheduled to begin. I was wearing the black dress I had bought 2 days earlier, still holding my phone, still in the particular stunned suspension of a person who has been processing grief for 4 days and whose capacity for additional information is already at its absolute limit. I read it 3 times. Then I typed back, "This is Nora." The response took 4 minutes. Then, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say." I put my phone in my bag. I went inside. I sat in the front row next to my mother and I held her hand and I greeted 200 people who had come to remember my father and I said thank you for coming and he was a wonderful man and yes we will miss him terribly and yes it was very sudden and no we are all doing as well as can be expected. Marcus was there. He stood near the back for most of the visitation. He did not approach me. Bridget was there too, wearing a dress that was slightly too fitted for a funeral, which I had noticed and filed away and then forgotten about because I had been filing things away about Bridget for years and the cabinet was full. She hugged me at the entrance. "I'm so sorry, Nor," she said. "Thank you," I said. She held the hug a beat longer than necessary. I let her. And then the visitation proceeded and my father was lowered into the ground the next morning and I stood at the grave with my mother on one side and Bridget on the other and Marcus somewhere behind me and I thought, I know. I know exactly what has happened and I know exactly who these people are. And I thought, not today. Not at this grave. Not today. I said nothing for 11 days. 11 days in which Marcus called 4 times and I let it go to voicemail. In which Bridget texted twice with careful, sympathetic messages about grief and family and how she was there if I needed her. In which my mother, who knew nothing, called every evening and talked about logistics, thank you notes, estate paperwork, what to do with my father's study. I used those 11 days. I was not idle. I was not simply waiting. I was doing what I had always done in difficult professional situations, which was gather information, verify it, and prepare my position before I opened my mouth. Marcus and I had a joint account, not our primary accounts, but a savings account we had opened together 18 months earlier with the stated intention of saving for a house. There was $43,000 in it. We both had access. He had not touched it. I withdrew my portion, exactly half, which was what I had contributed, which I had documented, and moved it to a separate account. I consulted a lawyer. Not for litigation, there was nothing to litigate, but for the simple adult sanity of knowing exactly where I stood. She confirmed what I already knew, the engagement was not a legal contract, the joint account was separable, and I had no obligations to either Marcus or Bridget beyond the ones I chose. I made a list. It was a practical list, not an emotional one. Shared streaming subscriptions. Shared storage units. The box of my things at Marcus's apartment. Items at my own apartment that were his. Small financial entanglements easily resolved. I resolved each one. And then, on the 11th day, I texted Marcus. I said, I'm ready to talk. Come to the apartment at 7. He came. And when he sat across from me at my kitchen table, in the apartment we had planned to give up in 6 months to move somewhere bigger, I looked at him clearly for the first time since the parking lot of the funeral home. He looked terrible. Which, I noted, was at least the appropriate response to what he had done. I told him what I knew. I told him what I had done. I told him that the engagement was over, that I had already begun the practical untangling, and that I had one question. How long? I said. 8 months, he said. 8 months. Before the engagement. While the engagement was being planned. Through our engagement party, which Bridget had attended and given a toast at. I said nothing for a moment. Then I said, leave your key on the table. He did. He left. I locked the door. I called my best friend, a woman named Deirdre who had been my closest friend since graduate school and who was, at that moment, exactly who I needed. She came over. I cried for approximately 4 hours. Then I stopped. And then I started building. The conversation with Bridget was different. I had known, for 11 days, how to handle Marcus. Marcus was a disappointment, profound, structural, final, but he was, in the end, simply a man who had made choices that revealed his character. I grieved him the way you grieve an idea you have been carrying that turns out never to have been real. Bridget was different. Bridget was my sister. I had known her for 36 years. I had sat next to her in the back seat of every long car trip. I had been in her wedding 8 years earlier, maid of honor, the speech, all of it. I had called her from the hospital when I had a minor procedure and been frightened. I had told her things I had not told other people. And she had looked at me, for 8 months, knowing what she knew, and said nothing. I did not call her. I drove to her house. She was home. Her husband, Patrick, was not. He was at work, which I had checked, because I did not want him present for this conversation. Her 2 children were at school. She opened the door and saw my face and I watched her decide, in real time, how to play it. She had options: pretend she didn't know I knew, come out swinging, or collapse into apology. She chose, predictably, the middle path, a kind of preemptive contrition designed to control the narrative before I could. "Nora," she said. "I've been wanting to call you. I've been—" "Don't," I said. She stopped. "I'm not here for an apology," I said. "I'm here so that you know exactly where we stand. I know everything. I've ended the engagement. I've handled the practical pieces. You don't need to manage me." She looked at me. "You're not going to yell at me?" she said. "No," I said. "You're not going to." "I'm going to tell you one thing," I said. "And then I'm going to leave. And you are going to think about it for as long as you need to." She waited. "You did this at Dad's funeral," I said. "You stood at his grave with me and you knew. That is what I'm going to remember. Not Marcus. Not the 8 months. That moment. At the grave." Her face changed. "Nora." "That's all," I said. I left. I drove home. And I began the process of figuring out what my life was going to look like now. What I did not know, what none of them knew, was what I was already holding. What had already been set in motion months before the funeral. The thing that was going to change everything. 3 months before my father died, I had been approached. I want to set this up properly because the timing matters and I do not want you to think I am overstating its significance. It felt significant at the time. It feels more significant in retrospect, as these things often do. A regional water authority in upstate New York, one of the largest in the state, managing water systems for 11 counties, had been looking for a new director of environmental compliance. It was a senior position, a significant one, the kind of role that comes with public accountability and a corresponding level of professional visibility. They had been conducting a search for 8 months. They had gone through a formal process. And through a combination of my published work, a referral from a former client, and a presentation I had given at a water management conference the previous autumn, they had reached out to me directly. The salary was 3 times what I was earning in private consulting. The scope was larger than anything I had worked on before. The office was 40 minutes from the gray stone house where I had grown up, where my mother now lived alone. I had been in quiet conversations with them for 6 weeks when my father died. The process had been paused, they had been courteous, patient, entirely understanding, but not abandoned. 2 weeks after I ended my engagement, I called them back. And 3 months after that, I accepted the position. I did not tell Bridget. I did not tell Marcus. I had not spoken to either of them since those 2 conversations. I had told my mother, who had cried with relief because it meant I would be nearby and because, I think, she understood that I needed to be near something solid. I moved into a rental near the office. I started the job in October. And the thing I had been holding, the thing that had been set in motion before any of this, before the funeral, before the text message, before the grave, was about to become visible. Not in a dramatic way. In the specific, quiet, devastating way that certain kinds of truth tend to surface. At Christmas. In the gray stone house. At my mother's table. My mother insisted on Christmas. She was not a woman given to insistence as a rule, she had always been the softer, more accommodating of my parents, the one who smoothed and deferred and made room. But in the first year after my father's death, she had developed a particular quiet determination about the shape of things. She was going to have Christmas. In the house. With her daughters. I understood this. I also understood what it meant: Bridget would be there. Bridget and Patrick and their 2 children, aged 7 and 4, who were entirely innocent of everything and deserved a Christmas. I agreed to come. What I did not do was tell Bridget that I had moved back to the area. I had not hidden this, I had told my mother, who I trusted to keep things until the right moment, and my mother had done so. Bridget still believed I was in the city, still in my old apartment, still, I suspect, processing everything in some form she had scripted in her head. I arrived at the house on Christmas Eve. Bridget was already there. She was in the kitchen with my mother when I came in. She turned when she heard the door. She had clearly been expecting the particular look of a person who has traveled from the city, someone slightly tired, slightly travel-worn, arriving with bags from a long drive. I was not that. I had driven 40 minutes. I was entirely composed, wearing a coat I had bought for the new job because it was the right weight for the climate and looked professional in a way that my previous one didn't, and carrying a bottle of wine from a vineyard near the office that had been recommended to me by a colleague. Bridget looked at me. "You look," she stopped. "Good?" I offered. "Different," she said. "I moved back," I said. "Simply as information." She blinked. "To here? Upstate?" "I took a position with the Regional Water Authority," I said. "I started in October." She stared at me. My mother, from the stove, said nothing. She had known. She was watching the pot. "You're working here?" Bridget said. "Yes," I said. "Since October," she said. "Yes." She opened her mouth. Closed it. I put the wine on the counter and went to hug my mother. And the Christmas dinner that followed was the most interesting one I had attended in many years. Because that was the night Bridget made a remark. And that was the night I introduced the room to something none of them expected. Bridget's remark came after dinner, during the particular loosened-up hour when the children had been put to bed and the adults were at the table with the remains of dessert and a second bottle of wine that Patrick had opened with the cheerful obliviousness of a man who had only a partial understanding of the dynamics in the room. My mother had gone to get something from the kitchen. Patrick was clearing plates. It was just Bridget and me at the table for approximately 90 seconds, and Bridget, who had been careful all evening, who had been treating me with the calibrated warmth of someone managing a situation, said something I was not prepared for. She said, "Are you seeing anyone?" I looked at her. "I heard Marcus moved on," she said. The words were careful, but the tone had an edge, the edge of a woman reassuring herself that she was ahead. "That's not really your business," I said. "I'm just asking," she said. "You're just asking," I said, "whether I've recovered sufficiently from the thing you did, so that you can feel better about having done it." She flushed. "That's not." "It's fine," I said. "You don't need to worry about me." She leaned forward slightly. "Nora, I know things ended badly, but Marcus and I, what we have is real. We're..." "Bridget," I said. "I genuinely don't need you to explain Marcus to me. I just want you to understand." "I understand everything," I said. "I am completely fine. And I am going to introduce you to someone tomorrow." She blinked. "What?" "I have someone I'd like to bring to lunch tomorrow," I said. "If Mom is okay with it." My mother, returning from the kitchen with a plate of cookies, caught the last part of this. "Of course," she said, as if she had been expecting exactly this. Bridget looked between us. "Who?" she said. "You'll meet him tomorrow," I said, and reached for a cookie. And that was the end of that conversation. But not the end of the story. Because the man I was bringing to lunch was not simply someone I was seeing. He was the reason everything that had happened to me in the past 6 months had started to make a different kind of sense. His name was Thomas Achebe. I had met him in September, 3 weeks after starting the new job. He was a civil engineer, a specialist in water infrastructure, which meant our professional worlds overlapped in the specific, practical way of two people who work on the same problems from different angles. He had been brought in to consult on a remediation project that my team was overseeing, and we had spent 2 days in a site meeting going through technical documentation with the particular concentration of people who take their work seriously. He was 41. He had grown up in London and had moved to the United States 12 years earlier for a project that he described, with characteristic understatement, as more interesting than I expected. He had the quality that I had come to recognize, over years of professional work, as the rarest kind of intelligence, not the performing kind, not the kind that needed to be seen, but the kind that simply engaged, fully, with whatever was in front of it. We had dinner after the second day of site meetings. We talked for 3 hours. I told him about my father, which surprised me. I had not been telling many people about my father in the context of new meetings, because grief was not something I wanted to perform for strangers. But Thomas asked the right question and I answered it honestly, and it did not feel like performance. He told me about his mother, who had died 4 years earlier and who he still talked about in the present tense in certain contexts, which I recognized and which made me trust him. We had been seeing each other for 3 months by Christmas. I had not told Bridget because I had not spoken to Bridget in any meaningful way since the conversation at her door. I had not told Marcus because I had not spoken to Marcus at all. Thomas knew the full story. I had told him early because early was the only honest time to tell it, and he had listened and asked careful questions and said, "That's a lot to carry." I had said, "I've been carrying it a while." He had said, "You don't have to carry all of it alone." I had not said anything for a moment. Then I had said, "Okay." He was, on Christmas morning when I called to confirm lunch, making jollof rice for the occasion because he had decided that arriving at my mother's house for the first time without bringing food was not something he was willing to do. I told him he didn't need to. He said, "I know. I want to." That was Thomas. That was all of Thomas, in those 3 words. I want to. He arrived at noon. My mother opened the door and Thomas handed her a pot of jollof rice and said, "Mrs. Callahan, I've heard a great deal about you and I'm very glad to meet you." And my mother, who was still in the first difficult year of widowhood and who had been quietly, carefully rebuilding the architecture of her daily life, looked at him and smiled with what I recognized as genuine warmth, not performed warmth, not the warmth she deployed for social situations, but the real kind. Bridget was in the living room. She came to the entrance hallway when she heard voices. She looked at Thomas. Then she looked at me. Then back at Thomas. I watched her process several things simultaneously. She had been, I understood this, because I knew her, expecting someone. Expecting the version of Nora who would arrive at Christmas lunch with the slightly defensive brightness of a woman who has rebounded with someone adequate. Someone who could be quietly assessed and found to be a reasonable next step but not a destabilizing one. Thomas was not that. Thomas was, and I say this not with the bias of a woman in love, but with the accuracy of someone who has spent years in professional environments reading rooms, the kind of person who changes the atmosphere when he enters it. Not through volume or performance but through a specific quality of settled, attentive presence. The kind of person people turn toward without consciously deciding to. He shook Patrick's hand. He admired the children's Christmas drawings with specific, genuine comments. He asked my mother about the house and listened to her answer with full attention and then said something about the architectural style that made her call my father's name reflexively and then catch herself, and Thomas said, "Tell me about him," and she did, and it was fine, it was good, actually, the first time I had seen her talk about my father without the conversation collapsing under the weight of grief. Bridget, through all of this, was very quiet. At one point she said, to me, privately, in the kitchen under the guise of helping carry dishes. Who is he? What does he do? I told her. She said, how long have you been? 3 months, I said. She looked at me. You seem happy, she said. And I could hear it, the specific texture of a realization landing. The understanding that the person she had expected to find damaged and diminished was neither of those things. I am happy, I said. Simply. Without performance. And I went back to the table. The lunch lasted 3 hours. I want to describe those 3 hours carefully because they contained something I had not anticipated, something that shifted the story from a simple account of wrongdoing and recovery into something more complicated and more true. Bridget was not, at that lunch, the villain she had been in the 6 months preceding it. She was a woman sitting at her mother's table watching her younger sister be happy with someone good, knowing what she had done to contribute to the path that had led here. She was quiet in a way that was different from her usual social quietness, which was a calculated, comfortable quietness, the quietness of a woman who knew how to hold a room. This was the other kind. The kind that comes from sitting with something you have done that you cannot undo. Patrick talked about his work, which was pleasant and irrelevant. The children came back downstairs and Thomas let the 7-year-old explain, at considerable length, a video game he did not play and appeared to find genuinely interesting. My mother brought out the good china for the coffee service, which she only did for people she had decided mattered. At one point, my mother told a story about my father and Christmas. A specific story, the year he had assembled a bicycle at 2 in the morning and had miscounted the bolts and the bicycle had been slightly wrong for 6 months before anyone noticed. She told it with the cadence of someone who has told a story many times but has not yet lost the pleasure of it, and everyone laughed, and for a moment the room had my father in it in the way that good stories can hold the people thereabout. I looked at Bridget when the laughter settled. She was looking at the table. I understood, in that moment, that she was grieving too. Not in the way I was grieving, my grief was clean, or at least clearly bounded. Hers was more complicated, layered with the specific weight of having done something that could not be undone and being required to sit in the room where the consequence of it was visible. I did not feel sorry for her. But I understood it. And understanding, I have found, is not the same as forgiveness. But it is the beginning of something. What happened after lunch is the part of the story I have thought about most. Because it was not what I had planned. It was better than what I had planned. And it changed what the rest of the story became. After lunch, Thomas took the children to the back garden to look at something they had found, a bird's nest in the old apple tree that the 7-year-old had been monitoring with ornithological seriousness. My mother went to rest. Patrick fell asleep on the sofa with the effortless speed of a man with a clear conscience. Which left Bridget and me in the kitchen, washing up. The ordinary domestic fact of 2 sisters at a sink, which we had been 1,000 times before in this house, in this kitchen, with this specific rhythm of one washing and one drying that we had established sometime in childhood and had never revised. We worked in silence for a few minutes. Then Bridget said, I owe you more than I've said. I kept washing. I know the apology I gave you in October wasn't, she stopped. It wasn't enough. I know that. No, I agreed. I don't have a version of what I did that makes it okay, she said. I've tried to find one. I've been trying since the funeral. There isn't one. I handed her a dish. Why are you telling me this now? I said. Not harshly. Genuinely. Because, she said, and stopped again. Then, because you walked in here yesterday and you were fine. Actually fine. And I think I had been waiting for you to not be fine. As if that would, she shook her head. I don't know. As if it would mean something. About what I did. It would have made you feel better, I said. Yes, she said quietly. God, that's terrible. Yes, I said. She dried the dish. Set it down. He's extraordinary, she said. Meaning Thomas. I know, I said. Are you, is it serious? I turned off the water. Dried my hands. Yes, I said. She nodded. She was looking at the window over the sink, which looked out into the garden where Thomas was crouching next to the apple tree with two children pointing at a nest and his full attention on what they were showing him. Good, she said. And I believed her. Not entirely, not without complexity, but genuinely, in the base layer underneath everything else. Bridget, I said. She looked at me. I don't know what we are to each other now, I said. I don't know if it gets rebuilt. I'm not ready to say. But I'm not going to carry this as hatred. I don't have the energy for it and it's not what I want. She was very still. What do you want? She said. I thought about it. Time, I said. And honesty. When you have something to say, say it. No more management. She nodded. We went back to the dishes. And outside in the garden, Thomas was laughing at something the 4-year-old had said, and the sound came through the window, and it was, I thought, the right sound for the day. The months that followed Christmas were not simple. I want to say that clearly because the story I am telling could suggest a cleaner resolution than the one that actually occurred, and clean resolutions are not, in my experience, the ones that last. Bridget and Marcus had moved in together in January. I knew this through my mother, who had told me carefully, monitoring my reaction. My reaction was minimal, not performed minimalism, but genuine. What Marcus chose to do with his life was no longer something that touched mine. Bridget and I texted occasionally. Not warmly, not yet, but functionally, logistics about my mother, the occasional family information that needed to pass between us. It was not a repaired relationship. It was the beginning of the long, slow process of assessing whether a relationship could be repaired at all. I was not waiting on that process. I was living alongside it. Thomas and I spent the winter largely together. We had, by February, reached the particular ease of two people who have tested themselves against real things and found that what they have holds. We talked about everything, our work, which intersected in ways that continued to generate interesting conversations, and the things that existed underneath the work, the things that matter more than work but are harder to get to. He had met my mother 3 more times by spring. She called him Thomas the engineer, which was not something she had decided to call him, it had simply emerged from the way she talked about him and stuck. Thomas found this entirely acceptable. In March, I was asked to speak at a regional environmental conference. The invitation was based on work my team had published on aquifer remediation, a paper I had spent 8 months writing that had been accepted by a peer-reviewed journal and had generated more response than I had expected. The conference was in Albany. And among the registered attendees, whose list I had been sent in advance for speaker coordination, was a name I recognized. Marcus Cole. He worked in environmental compliance at a private firm. I had known this but had not thought about it in the context of our professional worlds overlapping. Environmental science in upstate New York was a smaller field than it appeared from the inside. We had been careful, while we were together, to keep our professional networks mostly separate. We were not, it turned out, going to be able to maintain that separation indefinitely. I called Thomas that evening. His name is on the attendee list, I said. Are you okay? He said. Yes, I said. I just wanted to tell you before you heard it another way. What are you going to do? Speak at the conference, I said. Because that's what I was invited to do. Thomas was quiet for a moment. "Do you want me to come?" he said. I thought about it. "Yes," I said. "Then I'll come," he said. And that, as it turned out, was the right call. Because what happened at that conference was not something I had engineered or planned. It was simply the truth, visible in a room, doing what truth does when it is finally in the right light. The conference was on a Thursday in March. I spoke in the morning session. My presentation was on aquifer contamination modeling, specific, technical, detailed, the kind of presentation that plays well with an expert audience and signals clearly, to anyone paying attention, what level of work you are doing. I had practiced it twice and knew it well enough that I could be present in the delivery rather than just executing it. Thomas sat in the fourth row. He had not announced himself. He was simply there, in a good jacket, with his notebook, attending the session as a professional with a relevant interest. Which was entirely true. I did not look at Marcus during the presentation. I was aware of where he was sitting, second row from the back, slightly to the left, the way you are aware of things in a room that you have chosen not to focus on. But I did not look at him and I did not modify anything I was doing because of his presence. The presentation went well. The Q&A that followed went better. There were good questions, the kind that come from a room of people who actually understood the work, and I answered them directly and with, I think, the particular authority of someone who has spent a significant amount of time on a problem and knows it from the inside. Afterward, in the corridor outside the session room, I was approached by several people. Colleagues, potential collaborators, the editor of the journal that had published the paper who wanted to discuss a follow-up piece. Marcus found me 40 minutes later. He looked, I will be honest, worse than he had at the funeral. Or rather, he looked like a man who had made a series of choices and was living with the specific texture of how those choices had turned out. There was something slightly deflated about him. Something that had contracted. "Nora," he said. "Marcus," I said. Thomas was 10 feet away, talking to a civil engineer from Syracuse. He had noticed Marcus' approach. He did not intervene. He simply remained where he was, visible, present, and entirely unconcerned. Marcus glanced at Thomas. Then back at me. He started. "Yes," I said. Not unkindly. Just efficiently. He nodded slowly. "The paper was excellent," he said. He meant it, I could tell. Whatever else Marcus was, he was professionally competent and honest about professional quality. "Thank you," I said. A pause. "I'm sorry," he said. "I know I've said that. But I'm saying it again." "I know," I said. Thomas appeared at my shoulder. Not obtrusively. Just there. "Ready?" he said to me. "Yes," I said. I introduced them. Because it was the adult thing to do and because it cost me nothing and because I had decided, a long time ago, that I was not going to perform injury for anyone's benefit. Marcus shook Thomas's hand. He said something professional. Thomas said something equally professional. Then Marcus left. And Thomas looked at me. "You okay?" he said. "Very," I said. He smiled. "Lunch?" he said. "Absolutely," I said. And we went to lunch. That was it. That was the whole encounter. No scene. No confrontation. No victory speech. Just the plain, quiet, devastating adequacy of a life that had continued without him in it. Sometimes that is the most complete revenge there is. The twist, the real one, the one the story has been building toward, did not happen at the conference. It happened 6 weeks later, in April, in my mother's garden. Thomas had proposed. Not with grandeur, he was not a man of grandeur, and I was not a woman who wanted it. He proposed on a Sunday afternoon in my mother's back garden, near the apple tree the children had been monitoring at Christmas, while we were supposed to be helping with some light garden work but had largely been drinking tea and talking. He had a ring, a thin gold band with a blue-green stone, which he had chosen himself and which I later learned he had spent 3 weeks researching, specifically looking for something that would feel like mine rather than like a category. He said, "I would like to do this with you. For a long time. If you're willing." I said yes before he finished the sentence. My mother was inside. She came out when she saw us through the window. I don't know what she saw exactly, but she came out with the energy of someone who has been watching something happen from a distance and has decided the moment is right to stop watching. She hugged Thomas for a long time. She cried. She went inside and came back with a bottle of wine that had been in the house since my father's last birthday and which she had been saving, she said, for exactly this kind of moment. I called Deirdre. I called 2 colleagues I was close to. I called my mother's sister. I did not call Bridget. Bridget found out 3 days later through my mother, who had, I think, been waiting to see what I wanted before she said anything, and who called Bridget only after I told her it was fine to do so. Bridget texted me that evening. She said, "Mum told me. Congratulations, Nora." I mean that. I read it twice. Then I typed, "Thank you." I meant it too. Not fully, not without everything that lay underneath it. But in the specific layer that could mean something honest, I meant it. That is not the end of the story. The end of the story is what Bridget did next. What she did, I had not asked for, had not anticipated, and which cost her something. Which is, I think, how you know it was real. Bridget called me in May. Not a text. A call. Which in itself was different. In the months since Christmas, our communication had been almost entirely textual, the medium of managed distance. A call was something else. She called on a Tuesday evening. I answered. "I need to tell you something," she said. I waited. "I told Marcus," she said, "that I can't be with someone who did what he did. Not to you specifically, but the pattern of it. The way he was during those 8 months. The way he thought about you." She stopped. I told him in February. "I've been trying to decide whether to tell you." I was very still. "You broke up with him," I said. "Yes," she said. "In February." "Yes." I thought about the conference. About Marcus in the second row, slightly deflated, living with the texture of his choices. I understood now what some of that texture was. "Bridget," I said. "I'm not telling you for credit," she said quickly. "I'm not. This isn't me asking you to recalibrate how you feel about what happened. It happened. I did it. That's permanent. Then why are you telling me?" A pause. "Because you asked for honesty," she said. "No more management. So I'm not managing this. I'm telling you." I sat with that for a moment. "Okay," I said. "Okay," she said. "Yes," I said. "Okay. Thank you for telling me." We talked for another 20 minutes. Not about Marcus, not about the past, about my mother, about the wedding, about small things. The kind of conversation that does not resolve anything specific but that reestablishes the possibility of conversation. When we hung up, I sat in my apartment for a while. Then I called Thomas. I told him. He was quiet. Then he said, "How do you feel?" "Like something shifted," I said. Not fixed, but shifted. Is that good? He said. I think so, I said. Good, he said. And that was that. Except it wasn't quite. Because there was still the final piece. The one that happened at the engagement dinner. The one none of us had planned. The one that made everything fold back into itself in the way that the best endings do, not neatly, not without complexity, but with the specific, irreducible truth of something that was always going to be this way once all the facts were visible. The engagement dinner was in June. 1 year, almost to the day, after my father's death. My mother had insisted on hosting it. She had, I suspected, been waiting for a reason to fill the house with people and food and the forward-looking energy of a celebration, and this was it. She had cooked for 2 days. She had set the table with the good china. She had, I noticed when I arrived, put a photograph of my father on the sideboard, not prominently, not as a statement, just placed there, in the way that you place a person in a room when you want them present without making the room about their absence. Thomas's mother had flown in from London. Her name was Grace, a small, precise woman with a quality of attention that I recognized immediately as where Thomas had learned it. She hugged me at the door and said, in a tone that left no room for doubt, "He has been very happy since he met you." And then she walked into the kitchen and found my mother and they introduced themselves and within 10 minutes were discussing the garden with the intensity of 2 women who had both been doing it for decades and had strong opinions. Bridget came. She came alone. She had texted me the week before to ask if it was all right, and I had said yes, and I had meant it. She arrived with flowers for my mother and a card for me and Thomas that was, I could tell when I read it later, genuinely written, not a Hallmark sentiment but something she had sat with and put her actual words into. The dinner was good. Loud in the right way, the way dinners are loud when the people at the table are happy and the food is good and someone has told the right kind of story at the right moment. Thomas's mother and my mother discovered they shared a view on a very specific gardening question and were briefly, intensely triumphant about this. Thomas gave a toast that was 4 minutes long and made me cry at the 2-minute mark and laugh at the 3.5-minute mark. My mother's toast was 6 words, "Your father would have loved this." 6 words. I thought, yes. Yes, he would have. And I thought about the text message in the funeral home parking lot. The dress that was slightly too fitted for a funeral. The 11 days. The conversation at Bridget's door. The drive to the new job. The conference. The garden. I thought about everything that had happened in 1 year, everything that had been lost and everything that had been built from the wreckage of that loss. And I thought, this is what you don't see coming. Not the betrayal. Not the grief. This dinner. These people. This particular configuration of love. You don't see this coming because it requires everything that hurt you to be exactly the shape it was in order for you to end up here. And here, improbably, completely, irreversibly, was exactly right. After dinner, Bridget found me. Not in the kitchen this time. On the back step, where I had gone for 10 minutes of quiet air after the intensity of the evening. She came and sat beside me. We sat for a while without talking. Then she said, "I've been thinking about Dad." "Me too," I said. "He would have liked Thomas," she said. "Yes," I said. "A lot. He would have been proud of you," she said. "The work you're doing. The new position. All of it." She paused. "He was always proud of you. I don't know if you always knew that." I looked at her. "He told me," I said. "Once. When I finished my PhD. He said it in the way he said things, which wasn't always," I stopped. "He wasn't always expressive. But he said it. He said it about you more than he said it to you, Bridget said. I heard him. Multiple times. To his friends, to people he didn't think would relay it back. She was quiet for a moment. I was jealous of that. For a long time. I thought he said what he said to me because I was the one who did things the way he expected. And I thought he said what he said about you because you were the one who actually interested him. I had not known this. I sat with it. That's not, I started. I know, she said. I know it's not a reason. I'm not offering it as a reason. I'm just, she exhaled. I'm trying to do the honesty thing. No management. Okay, I said. Okay, she said. We sat on the step in the June evening and the light was low and somewhere inside the house I could hear Thomas laughing at something Grace had said. Are we going to be okay? Bridget said. Not with expectation. Just the question. I thought about it honestly. I don't know yet, I said. But I think we're going to find out. She nodded. That's enough, she said. Yes, I said. For now, it's enough. I want to tell you about the moment at the dinner, the specific moment when I understood what the year had actually been about. It was not a dramatic moment. It did not announce itself. Thomas and my mother were at one end of the table, and Grace and one of my mother's oldest friends were at the other end, and Bridget and Patrick were in the middle, and the children, who had been allowed to stay up past their bedtime on the logic that this was a special occasion, had fallen asleep on the living room sofa in the boneless, complete way that children sleep. And for a moment, I was outside it. Not outside the room, I was at the table. But for a moment I had the particular perspective that sometimes comes at the most ordinary moments, the capacity to see the thing you are inside as if you were watching it from a distance. I saw my mother at 62, in the first year of her widowhood, hosting a dinner in the house she had shared with my father for 38 years, and I saw her laughing. I saw Thomas, who had driven 40 minutes to his first family Christmas with a pot of jollof rice because he didn't want to arrive empty-handed, and who was now at my mother's table as if he had always been there. I saw Bridget, who had done something unforgivable and was sitting at the table anyway, working on the long, unguaranteed project of becoming someone who deserved to be there. And I saw my father's photograph on the sideboard. Not looking at any of us. Just there. In the room. Part of it. And I thought, he built this room. Not literally, not the table and the walls and the good china. But the room itself. The capacity for this kind of gathering. The habit of celebration. The idea that a table was a place where people were supposed to look at each other. He built this, and it survived him. The way things built with love tend to survive. And I was sitting in it. And it was full. And I was going to marry a man who made jollof rice for first meetings because he wanted to. That was the twist. Not a revelation. Not a confrontation. Not a document with revert in it or a text sent to the wrong number. The twist was the dinner. The twist was the room. The twist was that the worst year of my life had also, quietly, entirely without my permission, been the year that showed me what I actually had. I had not planned this. No one had planned this. It simply happened, the way the best things happen, in the space that opens up when the thing you thought you needed is no longer there. I need to tell you what I did with the text message. The one that started everything. The wrong number text that Marcus had sent to me instead of Bridget in the parking lot of the funeral home. I had kept it. In a screenshot, filed in a folder on my phone that I had labeled, with a certain wry precision, as reference material. For a year, I had thought about what to do with it. Whether to do anything with it. In the early months, I had considered whether it constituted evidence of something I needed to use. Later, when I understood that there was nothing legal to use it for, I had simply held it. In June, the night after the engagement dinner, I deleted it. Not dramatically. Not with ceremony. I just opened the folder, looked at the screenshot one last time, and deleted it. And then I sat with the clean feeling of that for a while. I thought about what the text had set in motion. The 11 days of clarity. The withdrawal from the joint account. The lawyer. The conversation with Marcus. The conversation with Bridget. The job application I had re-engaged with while still carrying grief and a destroyed engagement and the specific exhaustion of maintaining dignity through all of it. The job. The move. September. 2 people in a site meeting going through technical documentation with the concentration of people who take their work seriously. Thomas. 1 text message, sent to the wrong person. And everything that followed. I do not believe in fate in the easy sense. I am a scientist by training and temperament, and I resist the comfort of the idea that things happen for a reason in any cosmic sense. But I do believe, and this is something Thomas and I have talked about, in the specific way we talk about things that matter, with the full attention we both bring to the work in front of us, I do believe in what you make from what you are given. You are given a parking lot and a text message at a funeral. You make, from that, 11 days of clarity, a lawyer, a job, a move, a dinner in September, a proposal in April, a ring with a blue-green stone. You make a room full of people who love each other in various degrees of complication and completeness. You make a life that is, by every reasonable measure, more yours than the one that was lost. That is not justice, exactly. Justice implies a reckoning, a balancing of accounts. What I have is not that. What I have is better than that. I have what I actually wanted. I just didn't know what it looked like until it was in front of me. Now it is in front of me. And I am not looking away. We got married in September. Not in upstate New York. In London, which was Thomas's city, the city his mother still lived in, the city that had made him before he had become the person who drove to site meetings in upstate New York and ended up in my life. We had decided, without a great deal of debate, that the wedding should be where it made the most sense, and it made the most sense there. My mother came. Deirdre came. 3 colleagues came. Grace presided over the whole thing with the dignified authority of a woman who has been waiting for her son to do this for longer than she had publicly admitted. Bridget came. She sat in the 3rd row. She was alone, the separation from Marcus was quiet, unremarked upon in any formal way. She was different from the woman who had given a toast at the engagement party a year and a half earlier, not dramatically different, not transformed in any cinematic sense, but quieter, less armored, working on something. She cried at the ceremony. I noticed this. I let myself notice it without deciding what it meant. Afterward, she hugged me. I'm glad I'm here, she said. I'm glad you're here too, I said. And I meant it. In the specific, complicated, honest way that I mean most things, not purely, not without everything underneath it, but genuinely. We danced at the reception. Thomas danced badly and knew it and did not care, which was exactly correct. My mother danced with grace, which no one had anticipated and which became the story everyone told afterward. Thomas's speech was 7 minutes and made everyone in the room cry at some point. Mine was 4 minutes and I managed to get through it with composure until the last 30 seconds, which were about my father, and then composure was no longer available. I said, he would have loved this day and he would have loved you, and I wish you had met each other, and I am going to spend the rest of my life telling you everything about him. Thomas held my hand. The room was full of people who had come a long way to be there. It was not the wedding I had been planning when my father died and my sister's betrayal arrived as a text in the wrong inbox in a parking lot at a funeral home. It was not the wedding I would have written for myself a year earlier. But it was mine. Entirely, completely, irreversibly mine. Built from the specific materials of everything that had happened and everything I had made from it. And somewhere, in the clear September light of that London room, I thought about the parking lot. About the grief and the text and the 11 days of clarity that followed. About the job that was waiting because the right moment arrived at the right time. About Thomas in the fourth row at a conference with his notebook, attending with full attention. About the ring with the blue-green stone on my hand. About my father's photograph on the sideboard in the gray stone house. About Bridget in the third row, working on something. About my mother dancing. About rooms being full. About what survives. Everything survives, if you carry it correctly. The grief. The love. The loss. The impossible, specific, unrepeatable luck of being in the right place when the right person is also there. All of it survives. You just have to be willing to carry it long enough to find out what it becomes. I am willing. I always was. That is the end of our story. Let me your views on these questions. I deleted the screenshot, the wrong number text that started everything, a year and a half later. I never used it as evidence, never weaponized it, just deleted it when I was ready. Do you think I was right to let it go, or should I have kept it? Lastly, we have watched 4 stories tonight. Which one are you still thinking about right now, and which moment from any story tonight will you remember the longest?